Have you ever wondered how you could create a developer portfolio that wows recruiters? Yes, absolutely wows recruiters. Complete with visually appealing animations, your work experience, and your contact information. Well, look no further. In today's video, we're going to be building and deploying one such portfolio that you can tailor to suit you and your information. With Sveltekit, of course, it comes complete with a modern hero section with animated text, a modern bento grid with your tech stack, a cool button with a confetti pop that copies our email address to the recruiter's clipboard, a nice section for some of your projects displayed on an animated card, an animated testimonial section to display your previous client's satisfaction with your work, a work experience session, and a nice little footer with your contact information. Now, building this portfolio, you're going to learn Sveltekit, routing, and simple component composition, and we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for modern and completely responsive user interfaces, and Eternity UI, the spelt part of it, for absolutely mind blowing animations that will make this portfolio stand out beyond anything that you have ever seen before. Now we're going to begin in my Visual Studio Code window, and we are going to go ahead and scaffold a new SvelteKit project. And the command to do that is npm create svelte at latest. And we're going to go ahead and name the folder where this project should be scaffolded. In my case, I want it to be called Modern Portfolio. Go ahead and click enter. It's going to take some time to run. Now that gives us an options menu. It's asking if we want to create a SpellKit demo app, a skeleton project, or a library project. And we're going to go for skeleton project because we're going to be building this from scratch. Yes, we will be using TypeScript. So go ahead and click enter for that. I will be adding I'll be adding prettier for code formatting, and we are not going to be trying out this Svelte 5 preview because most of the Eternity UI components are only compatible with Svelte 4. So go ahead and click enter, and we have scaffolded it in that directory. Now I'm going to go ahead and go into that directory, cd modern portfolio, and I'm going to go ahead and install the needed dependencies by saying pm install. Now this is also going to take a while. That's done, we can go ahead and open another VS Code instance in that directory, and the command to do that is code space and then period. You click enter, should open another VS Code window with the new folder already set in. Now we're gonna go ahead and start installing some stuff. First, which is Tailwind CSS, and we're gonna be doing the command for that is going to be pnpm dlx svelte add at latest Tailwind CSS. Now, that's obviously going to take some time to run as well. No, we do not want the typography plugin, and the dependencies begin to install. Now, one thing I really like about this method of adding Tailwind to a Svelte project is because the Tailwind config already comes pre-configured. We don't have to start pointing to the files that we want Tailwind to watch. It knows it's going to watch files with the extension that end with a .svelte and a .html. So that's really, really nice. And it saves us just a little bit more hassle. Alright, next we're going to be downloading a whole lot of components, but I promise this is the last thing we're going to do. The last set of things we're going to download. I want us to download everything now so that we don't go ahead breaking the flow of coding multiple times just to add a package when it comes up to be needed. So the first thing is pmpmi, which means pmpm install, and we're going to say clsx because that's the first package. Then the second is Lottie Web, and the third is Lucid Svelte. Then Svelte Motion, which is a port of Framer Motion in case you are familiar with React or the React ecosystem. And the next is Mini SVG Data URI and Tailwind Merge. And last but not least, Tailwind Animate. Tailwind CSS Animate. Tailwind CSS Animate. Begins. Now that that's done and we have everything installed, let's go ahead and try to run our application and see if everything works. I have no idea why this is being underlined in red. Oh, I must have accidentally taken out the comma. And now to run our application, we're gonna do pnpm dev or run dev, but the dev is a shorter version, and we do not need to put the run. It is gonna work the same. So we're just gonna go ahead and open it up in our browser, anticipating that it's gonna work. It does because I can see the port it is running on and the host we can access it from. So I'm gonna go into my browser and just see if everything is alright. So localhost 5173. And yeah, we get the welcome to Sveltekit and visit Sveltekit documentation website to read the documentation. So yeah, everything is working perfectly fine. So we're just gonna come over here in our routes folder and we're gonna delete. We don't have to delete anything because okay, I'm gonna delete the layout that's fault. I don't think I'm gonna need it. Oh, I need to import the app.css from here, so we're gonna leave everything as is. There's no need to delete anything there, and we're just gonna copy this whole thing and get rid of it. And now we should have a white screen on our browser. Yes, that's exactly what we have. And now we can actually get into the nitty-gritty of actually building this thing up. The first thing we're gonna do in our plus page.svelte file is open up a script tag, and we're gonna leave that blank for now. And we are gonna come in with a main component with a class because we want to style it Tailwind, and it's gonna be relative. It's gonna have a BG black. We are gonna go with flex, justify center, item center, flex column, overflow hidden, and we're gonna go with MX auto. And on small screens, we want the padding on the x-axis to be 10. And finally, we want on by default, we want the padding to be 5. So this small modifier over here is saying basically only apply this style for when the width is 640 pixels or larger. MX Auto is a way of automatically centering your content in the middle, but the children of this element have to have specified widths. Now we're saying that we want the display to be flex, so basically it's a flex box, and its direction should be column for the flex call, and the item center is going to on the cross axis, meaning the x axis, is going to center the items by default, and justify center on the main axis, it's going to center the the children on the vertical axis. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, you can always get a CSS refresher. Sometimes I go in way over my head. But next, the we're gonna have a div within that main element, and we're gonna give it a class of max with 7XL and with full. Now within that, we're gonna be having our components, but we don't have them yet, or our sections, but we don't have them yet. And I'm going to go ahead and just start creating them. There's not going to be anything in them for the meantime, but I'm just going to go ahead and start creating them. So we're going to go into our library folder, and we're going to create another folder within that library folder called components. And within components, we're going to create a new file. And it's going to be called hero.svelte. And I'm just gonna maybe put a div that says this is the hero section. And then the next component we're gonna create is the grid. I'm gonna call it grid.svelte. Pretty obvious, huh? And the next is gonna be recent projects. Recent projects dot svelte. The fourth is gonna be footer dot svelte. And another one called clients dot svelte. We're gonna have two more, and that's all. Sorry if this is a bit monotonous. Called experience.svelte. And last but not least, we're gonna have a floating navbar. Floating navbar dot svelte. Now, in case you haven't caught on, most of these, like the experience and the hero, they're gonna be the sections on our page. So we're gonna be writing um, a lot of the application within these sections, and we're also gonna have like a UI folder within this components for other more reusable things like disposable buttons and stuff like that. but I'm just gonna go ahead and create that folder, even though we're not gonna put any of those more reusable components. I'm just gonna create that folder called UI for now. Yeah. And within our roots page, we can import all these. We can import all these that we just got. So we're gonna be importing hero from lab folder / components / hero dot svelte. So basically, this is mostly how our application is going to be. And you could come in here, and if you wanted, you could just add any of the components that you wanted in here. So that's going to be hero. Just add the hero component in. And I'm going to go ahead and import one more. That's the floating navbar. Floating navbar. Just going to copy this and paste it in. It's not going to be correct, and I'm going to change this to floating navbar. Floating navbar. Everything is right as rain, and let's go ahead and check our application. We should just see this is the okay. We get the black. Maybe I should say text white within here. Just momentarily. That's not gonna last long. I'm gonna have to change that, but I just want us to see. Oops, I've gotten lost. Okay, yeah, this is the hero section, meaning that it was actually successfully put out onto the screen. Now, obviously, this is not why you came here to see just text on the screen. Anybody writing normal HTML and CSS can do that, but we're going to be using Eternity Svelte. It's a Svelte port of a popular, okay, not popular, but very, very good React. I wouldn't call it a component library. It's not like that. It's basically this guy who just created really nice components that really have a lot of nice animation. And someone in the Svelte team just ported it for Svelte and called it Eternity Svelte. And it has most of the components that the actual official Eternity UI has on on their own page. And just have a lot of these. It's really, really nice. And we're gonna be looking for one of them. Before we go any further, I want us to come into our Tailwind config.ts file, and we're absolutely gonna gut some stuff. Like, we're gonna get rid of a lot of stuff, but it's nothing too serious, and we're gonna include some stuff also. So the first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna declare a constant called an SVG, and SVG to data URI, SVG to data URI, and I'm going to set it to equals require, and I'm going to pass in mini SVG data URI. That's the package that we downloaded earlier, and we're basically going to use this to turn SVG files into another usable format. And the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to come over here and say const, creating another constant called colors, and I'm going to set it equal to require the Tailwind CSS plugin called colors. Tailwind CSS / colors. And I'm not going to be using this export default format. Okay. There's one more thing that I need to do, and that's another constant. I'm going to create an object, and I'm going to say default is to flatten the color palette. Flatten color palette. Color palette, and I'm going to set it equals to require Tailwind CSS /lib/utils /Latin color palette. Now, so the next thing we're gonna do is I'm just gonna comment this out. Bummer. But yeah, I'm gonna comment that out. A lot of the app's gonna break. I'm not gonna have any styling, but just hold on a minute. So I'm gonna say const config is equals to an object, and that object is gonna be of type, or is gonna satisfy. I'm gonna say that it satisfies the config type that we import from Tailwind CSS. Satisfies config. Good. Close that. Well, it's complaining because we don't have a lot of the stuff that would usually be in a config object in a Tailwind config file. So the first thing we're gonna go in with is content, basically, that I have already commented out here, and I do not want to change that. So just go in, paste that in. So we have content, and then the next thing is we're gonna go with prefix. And we're just gonna leave that blank. And we're gonna now be specifying our theme, which means whenever we say or use the utility container, what do we want it to mean? So basically we're saying it should be centered, or center should be true, which means it should be centered. It should have a padding of surem. Oops, that's supposed to be a string. It should have a padding of surem. And for screens, which means how we're going to conditionally apply this particular style or this particular utility called container, if the screen, we're going to be saying that when we specify a screen as 2XL, we are referring to, we will be referring to 1400 pixels. Great. So the next thing is we're going to come in over at the end of the container, and we're going to come with an extend, because we want to extend some of Tailwind's styles or utilities, any ways you want to call them. And for colors, we are going to be specifying our own shade of black, what we want our black to be. And when we say black, we'll give it a default of, okay, gotta make this all in caps, default. of, it's going to be the usual black #00 3 zeros. So that's the usual hex value for black. And on the next line, we're going to be saying for 100, we want to go with #00319. Now, if you don't like any of this stuff that we're doing, which is very long and quite frankly cumbersome, you can just go ahead and go to the Tailwind documentation and copy this. And of course, you can skip over to the end of this part. The beginning of the next section, you can just skip over to there when we're building the spotlight component. So you can just skip over to there, or the hero component, you can just skip over to there and not watch me do any of this painstaking stuff. So 200 is going to be RGBA 17, 25, 40, and 0.75. We're going to close the bracket off. And last but not least, we're going to have 300, which is also going to be RGBA. So I'm just going to copy this and change the values within the bracket. So for this 300, we're going with 255. 255. And for here, we're going to go with another 255. And lastly, 0.125 for the A value. So we're going to go ahead and do white as well. We're going to have another value for white. We're going to give it a default, that big DAFULT, a very big default. And we're going to say the default is the normal hex value for Y, the hash, and 3 Fs. And we're going to specify the tones for 100 and 200. So hash B E C 10D. And 200 is going to be just hash C 1C2. D3. Sorry, over here it was 1DD. And we're also going to specify purple and blue. So I'm going to go ahead and specify blue. We're just going to specify for 100 this time around. 100. E 4 E CFF. And for purple, just going to be a string. We're going to say hash E4 hash CBACF9. That's going to be for purple. So basically, we've created our own config from scratch, and we're going to have to export that. We are going to have to export that. So we're going to say export default config. Export default config. Alright. As proof that our tampering with the Tailwind config did not break our styling, this is hero section being displayed in our layout, and it still has the styles that we applied previously. Routes, and I access my plus page.svelte file, and I open up. I'm just gonna bigger browser window, and if I open this up, you can see that the B black still applies. So we did not break Tailwind. Now we're gonna go in and start actually building the hero.svelte section. So I'm just gonna go ahead and this. So the hero section is just gonna be a div. The entire thing div. I'm gonna come in here and give it a class of padding bottom of 20 and the padding top of 36. We can see already that there's some changes going inside. Now within that, I'm just gonna create another div. I'm gonna give it a class height screen. Height is supposed to encompass the whole screen and get the whole black now, and its width should be fixed the entire width of the parent. Dark screens, the background should be black 100, which is the black that we actually specified in our operations. And besides that, the background should be white. If we have a dark background, should be placed at white. I'm gonna add one more dark modifier, which says close. Sure, I forgot to include something configuration file, but we'll go back and sort that out. And this one we have 0, 2. It's gonna be an absolute, having position absolute. Want it to be top 0, left 0. We want it to display flex. Want its items to center on the cross axis, face it vertically, and we want it to just within that div, we're gonna have another div. What's the problem? It seems this div was left open, but all the divs appear to be closed. Okay, no, there's actually one that isn't closed. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that div. And everything should go back to normal. Exactly. So within that first div, we're gonna have another with class of it's gonna be absolutely positioned in parent, and it's gonna have no pointer events. Pointer events none. We wanted to have an inset of 0. We want this to be display flex. Have its items centered. Have its items centered on the cross axis. We want it to be centered on the main axis. So basically, when I keep saying cross axes and main axes, just in case you're not very familiar with CSS lingo, display flex, when we say display flex, or we set a direction that the element or the tag is supposed to display the elements that are nested inside it. If the direction is row, then the main direction is row, and then the cross axis is vertically or column wise. So in this case, when we say flex, we don't actually have to say flex row by default. Tailwind, when we specify flex, Tailwind applies the flex row, meaning it's gonna be flexed in in the horizontal direction. So the cross axis for this particular div is gonna be vertically. Now that's just to clarify that because I keep saying cross axes. Now again, we're gonna say dark modifying dark. We're gonna have a BG of black 100 specified previously. It's gonna have G white normally, and we're gonna mask image. You will say that we want a radial gradient, radial gradient, and we're gonna open this up, and we're gonna say we want it to be shaped as an ellipse at center. Should be transparent 20%. Transparent 20%, and black. Color is black. And we close off that. Now this div doesn't actually have anything. Anyways, that's that for that section. Now we're gonna come over in here and say div, another div. It's all divs, it's always divs. Class. Want this to be flex. Justify center. Relative has a margin of 20. Has a margin 20 on y-axis, and it has a z-index of 10. Now within that div, we're gonna have another div that's gonna have class max width. Want the max width, the 89% of the visible window 89 VW. Well, that's what that means, meaning 9% of the viewport width. That's what VW stands for, viewport width. Now on a screen that is medium size or bigger, you want the max width to 2XL. And on a screen that is large, you want the max width to be 60 viewport width, percent of the viewport width. We want it to be a flex box. We want the direction to be column. Item center. Now in this case, the cross axis would be horizontally and justify center. On the main axis is vertically. Good. About all. Yeah, that's all. And within that div, we're gonna have a p tag. And that p tag is gonna have a class. And in that class, we're gonna say upper. It's gonna apply. It's gonna make the first letter of every word that's within that. Or I think every character that's nested inside that p tag is gonna be capital letter. I can't remember. We're gonna say tracking widest, meaning we want an increased letter spacing for, for the text that's gonna be rendered. Okay? So we want our text here to be extra small, excess, and we want the text to be centered within p tag, because I think the p tag is gonna cover the entire length of the width of the screen. So we want it to be centered. We're gonna give it the text blue 100, which is a style that we actually created, and max width of 80. Okay, we actually did specify the max width problem. And here we're gonna come in and say dynamic web magic widths. Now we should actually not see a white screen anymore, and we should, yep, just very little, very little, but it's visible. Don't worry, very soon everything's gonna be visible. Let's just keep building. And within that same div, this is where the text generate effect is supposed to, the text generation animation is supposed to go, but we haven't built that yet. So I'm just gonna leave a comment called text generated. Generate. And I'll comment this out. So in case you don't know, if you wanted to comment out something in VS Code, you just simply highlight it and press the Control/, and it's gonna highlight it out for you. Now, what we essentially want to write within the text generate effect, what we want to render within the text generate effect is going to be a p tag still, and it's going to have a class. Of course, it's going to have a text centered because we want the text to be at the center. On medium devices, it's going to have a tracking of wider, which is wide but not the widest. Margin bottom of 4, I have small text. On medium devices, we want the text to be large. On large devices, we want text to be 2XL. We want the text to be white. 100. So our definition of white. And so within that p tag, we're going to render I and a exclamation point, and we're going to say capital I and a POS ampersand a POS M. Now this, in case you didn't know what this meant, this ampersand APOS and this what am I gonna call this? It's a semicolon, okay? So it's this code is a Unicode character, or how do they usually call them? Let me see what's getting highlighted. Okay, Unicode equivalent. But anyway, it's just a way of rendering um this. What do we even call these? Jesus, I need to go back to um I'm just gonna call it a quotation mark. I know it's not a quotation mark, but I'm just gonna call it quotation mark between the I and the M. So that's what this ampersand APOS semicolon is. It represents that. And because Svelte is not JSX, yes, I'm gonna use that to dunk on React. Svelte is not JSX. It works properly. Now I'm gonna continue. So my name is Chike, and you could use, whatever you wanted to use. If your name was something, I'm just gonna use my name, so you can customize it to however you like later on. Salt developer based in Nigeria. If you come over here and you highlight this, you can see that visible. Already it's kind of pretty visible, but it's sort of faint. Kind of make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's kind of faint, but it's already a bit visible. But everything's gonna be okay. And next we're gonna go ahead and create an A tag that has its link to ID about. If we were to click on this, it's gonna look for a an element that has its ID to be about, and it's gonna scroll there, and it will make our about section have that ID. So whenever we clicked on whatever is gonna be within this tag, it's gonna go to that destination. Now, anyways, we are going to go ahead and start using Eternity. So we're just gonna go ahead to their website, which is eternity.sveltekit.io, which houses the Svelte version of Eternity UI. And over here at the side, we can see the components that they actually have, they've created. And we're going to pick one called Spotlight. And the Spotlight is basically this light that's shining on the text, it's making it look like it's in focus, like it's on a stage. And it's kind of a nice touch to it. I really like it. And they then go on to give us instructions on how to use this component or how to create it. Because how this works is you basically copy the code and you download the dependencies and you have the component uh, within your own application, and you can use it as you please. So they ask us to create a utils.ts file, which I already did, and they want us to input this function within that. So you can come over to your library folder and create a utils.ts file, and you will have to export this function called cn after you download or install the twmerge and clsx packages. But we already installed twmerge and clsx at the beginning of the tutorial. So basically, I'm going to explain what this cn function does. Now, there are times when we want to, or we create base styles for a component, and we want to add styles whenever we want to use that component. But sometimes on the base style, there's conflicts. There are going to be conflicts. Like if the developer who created the base styles of the button set its display to be flex, but we want the display to be grid. I'm just giving that as an example. Whenever we pass in CLS, if we passed it in, if we exposed another class name that we could provide classes to, and we pass it to CLSX, which allows us to conditionally add styles or classes to a component, there are going to be conflicts, and we are not going to know which one is going to get sent off to the browser because we don't really know the inner workings of Tailwind. So that's what twmerge does. It takes the return value from the CLSX and the inputs and merges them in a way that we know what's going to get sent. So what gets passed last is what overrides the default styles. I hope this makes sense, but I will still try to show or work an example of this. And we use this CN to sort of shorten this entire thing because it's weird to write a component or an element and you pass in the class name and you then put in twmerge just clsx and then pass the inputs in, and then the size that you're going to have to do it multiple times, so we can just abstract it somewhere else and we can call it multiple times. That's the basis of being a developer. You do not repeat yourself. Now let's go in and start building this thing. So the first thing we need to do is we need to extend our tailwind.config file because there's some things that we need to add, like this animation, what do I even call this? A property? An animation property that our spotlight is going to use because it actually doesn't always show on at the beginning. So we're just going to copy this animation and I think it's one layer deep. Copy that. I'm going to go into our own tailwind.config file and paste that in just beneath our purple because it's in our extend, right? Yeah, in our extend. So we paste that in. Oops, code breaks means that most likely there's a problem. So I'm gonna get rid of this, see if that works. What's the issue? What's the issue? Look at the code. Spotlight is over here, and it's closed off here. Keyframes should get closed off at yellow. Should get closed off at yellow.
Let maybe add one more. Yes, now it works. And we can go ahead and make this a string because they're supposed to be strings. And we're also supposed to make this a string. Now everything should work fine. And we can go ahead and create a spotlight.svelte file. So I'm going to come ahead over into this components folder, and I'm going to create another folder within that components folder, and I'm going to call it UI. Then within UI, I'm going to create the spotlight.svelte file, spotlight.svelte. And I could just basically copy this code and it's going to work right off the bat. And I have to point to the right place for utils, which is $library/utils. It's going to point to this file, and we've already exported this component, so we're just bringing it in. So now if you look at what I'm saying, the base styles for this component are giving as this string pointer events absolute yada yada yada, some long ass string. Let me widen this a bit. And it gives us the opportunity to actually have another class name, and we pass that into the cn function. So let's say we wanted to make this spotlight component relative. If we passed relative in when we call this as a prop, because we expose this class name as a prop, if we pass that in as relative, it's going to override the absolute because they conflict. And that's what TW merge is going to do. It's going to pick the one that comes later in the string, in this case, which is relative. It's going to apply relative instead of absolute. But I hope that sort of makes sense to you. Let's go ahead and continue building. Next, I'm going to next I'm going to try go ahead and get a text generate effect because that was in the preview and it's just really nice. So basically it's this sort of typewriter effect, but instead of characters, the words are what get um that can come up one after the other instead of individual characters, it's words. And they ask us to just install dependencies. We've already done that. We've already created the cn.ts file. So we can just create a text generate file in the UI folder. Text generate. And we can just copy this and paste it in. But we're gonna make some changes onto this one. Yeah, I'm gonna change this. I didn't get the name correctly. Want everything similar to the GitHub repository possible. So I'm gonna rename this to text generate effect.
Alright, so I have renamed it to text generate effect.svelte, and I'm going to be going over some of the JavaScript that we just copied because it looks like a lot, but it's actually not that much. So we're using this motion component that we got from Svelte Motion. We're importing it from Svelte Motion, and we're importing our CN utility function that we already created, and we are giving this component two props, words and class name. And we are saying that words is always going to be of type strings because we always want to passing words for the text generator to, to have an effect. We always have to have words for there to be a text generate effect. and we have class name, which is if we wanted to create our own styles, we would use this class name, and that's why it has the types of string or undefined, but we instantiate it, or we create it with its first value as being undefined, unless we actually pass in the props from the higher level. If we did, then it would be type string. Anyways, we can see that we have this variance object over here, and if you're quite observant, you're gonna realize that opacity and opacity one is a could be a CSS property, and it's basically saying that the object is completely visible, and opacity zero is it's completely hidden. So what's going on here is that this visible method on this variance object in itself it's a function. Now what this function actually does is it's gonna say, oh, the opacity is 1, and if our initial state was hidden and the opacity is going from 0 to 1, it's gonna apply some sort of map to take this opacity of 0 to opacity of 1 in a duration of 2 seconds. It's gonna do that within that time space, and it's gonna apply that transition with a delay of multiples of zero point 0.2 seconds. So if we passed in 0, we would have no delay at all, and if we passed in 1, we would have a delay of zero point 0.2 seconds, 2 zero point 0.4 seconds, and so on. And so that's how we offset those words coming into or being visible on the viewport one after each other, and it kind of looks like the text is being generated. We're just playing around with the opacity. So we can come over here and see that we have just basic divs, and then we have this motion component over here. And this motion component creates this motion thing. It's sort of like context, so it's like context, so everything that's wrapped within this motion component has access to this motion context, and it has this custom prop, and we could pass in arguments that we want to use in our animation function. In this case, it's 0. So when we're running this visible function, we're going to run with a delay of 0 seconds. We're not going to have any delay whatsoever. And we're saying that the object that we want to check for what our animation is should be the variance object. And we're setting our initial state to the hidden property on the animation, the variance object. And we're saying that we want to animate to the visible state, which is this one that has an opacity of 1. Within the motion component, we can then use the motion prop. We can specify that we want it to actually be animated according to the variance that we provided up top. And then within that div, so basically this div is not going to have any delay. It's going to come into view immediately. And within that div, we are mapping through the a words.split array. Now, if you remember, we passed in words as a prop to this component, and then we're going to create an array by splitting each of those words wherever we find white space. So if I typed my white space name is white space is like this. My white space name is white space. We're going to have an array of 3 elements, the first being my, the second being name, and the third being is. So basically, it's going to have that array, and we're going to refer to each element in that array as word, and we're going to have the the indexes of the array as IDX, and this right here is what we call a key in Svelte. A key is basically a unique identifier for each piece of UI that is within each each block. What happens is this piece of UI is similar or identical to each and every other one. So every word is going to have this same piece of UI. My is going to have the same piece of UI. The span,
name is gonna have that same piece of UI, and is gonna have that same piece of UI. So it's difficult for Svelte to track what it has and has not applied animations to, and so that's why we need this key. Basically, we're saying that we want the word itself plus the ID, and now that's a combination that we know is not gonna repeat. So the key for my would be my zero, and that's gonna be the key for my zero. So Sveltekit knows to apply or not to apply based on the key. And we create another motion context, and the span is going to be using the motion from this motion context, this one up here, not the one up here, because that's the latest one in the tree. And basically we're saying that what we want to pass into our animate function is the index plus one. So in this case, let's say we're still using this my name is array, and my is the first thing. It's gonna have an index of 0 and plus 1. It's gonna have 1 as its argument for the animate function. So it's gonna have a delay of 0.2 seconds. And then name is gonna have a delay of 0.4 seconds, and is gonna have a delay of 0.6 seconds. And so there's that offset that makes it look cool, like, oh, it's coming in or it's being generated on the fly into our DOM. And now there's just another thing I want to add, which is conditional styling to the span uh, element. So I'm going to go ahead and just paste that in and explain what is going on here. So it's basically saying that if the index is greater than 3, we want the text to be purple. Else, if it is not greater than 3, then on darks on when the user is on dark mode, the text should be white, and when they're not on dark mode, the text should be black 200. That's just the conditional styling that I applied there. So if you notice that every single time I move out of a class attribute, that you see these round thingies instead of the long text string. Well, there's a really nice extension for that you can get if you actually like that. It's called, let me just go through. Yes, Inline Fold by Mohammed Alamri. It's really nice. And before my code used to be very, very janky with a lot of CSS classes because obviously we all use Tailwind and we absolutely, absolutely love it. But when the styles become really, 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 really long, it sort of makes your markup very difficult to read. So it just folds this really nicely into these three dots, and you can actually pick other special characters if you do not want only dots. Now that's going to be for the text generate component. We're going to go on to the next, which is the magic button that's spelled component. Next, we're going to go into this UI folder, and you're going to create a component called magic button that's spelled. This is the way I spelled it, but I already created mine, so I don't have a need to create that file again. And I'm just gonna go ahead and paste the code in so we can go over it because it's not very complicated. And I would actually also quite recommend that you don't type this over from here on the screen, and you should go ahead to the GitHub repository and you should copy all this code because there's a lot of classes and like really a lot. It's a lot of classes. Okay, so let's just quickly go over it. So we're creating four props, okay, or yeah, four props. We're saying position, handle click, other classes, and title. And then we start with the markup. The entirety of our magic button is, by no surprise whatsoever, a button, and it has classes, which is not also surprising. And then we create this onClick handler, and we're passing in the handle click prop, which is basically saying that wherever I call magic button, I have the freedom to give it any function I want that it should be able to run. And that's why I'm creating a prop and I'm giving it this. I'm making the onClick handler fire that handle click function. So every time we click on a magic button, whatever handle click function we pass to it as prop is what it's gonna run. And what else is here? Okay, there's a span with a large amount of classes that I'm not gonna go over, but basically I'm just gonna pick out two here, and this one, which is the animate one, this is something that we're saying we want to animate, but we don't. It's not an animation that we're going to use multiple times around in our application, so there's no need to add it to our Tailwind config. So we are opening these square brackets to basically define what we want to do, which is spin. It's going to have a name of spin. It's going to have a duration of 2 seconds. It's going to do that linearly, and it's going to do that forever. And there's this background with the Coney gradient, which means if you should know a thing or two about gradients, it's just stepping from one color to another, and there are different patterns. In this case, we're going to be using a conic gradient. So we're saying we're going from 90 degrees at a lot of this stuff is like really complex CSS, but if I was just writing this, I'll just be like bg conic dot red, maybe from red to from red at 50% to maybe blue at 50%. It's like really complex CSS. So it's big shout out to the guys at Eternity for actually putting all of this together. But I can explain the classes, but they're really complicated. Anyways, so there's the span all over again, and we're adding this other classes prop that we are passing into this component, and that's for when we want to add additional styles to the base styles that we've created over here. So if I wanted to say, I don't know, make make it a little bit bigger, I just add a class over here, and it would apply that. And now for something a little bit more interesting, so the position prop that we passed should have two states, either left or right. And if it's not left, then it's most definitely right. So what we're saying is this slot component helps us, or it helps a component be able to wrap around other things. Like the way this button is right over here, it's encompassing this whole span. So we can do that with a slot, and we can do that with a named slot. A named slot is different from just a normal random slot. Uh, if I created this, I'm just gonna give this an example over here in the bottom. So let's say I come over here, and I'm just saying in another file, I attempt to call magic button in this way, MAGICBUTTON, and I attempt to call it like this, and it closes up. If I attempted to call it in this way, I could then pass in anything I wanted. So let's say I wanted to render a button within a button, which is obviously a bad idea, but I'm just using this as an example. So slot enables us to pass in this button to be rendered by magic button. That's what it helps us to do. But for a named slot, which means if I wanted more control over this for some reason, I could just say that I wanted this button to have its prop to be equal to icon. It would then render the button wherever the slot name icon is supposed to be rendered. That's just the how we can use that. So let's go over this. So if the position is left, which means the icon that should be in the magic button, if we want it to be on the left hand side, then we put this the icon over here, and then the text that we want the magic button to render out, in this case is title. Else, which means it's on the right side, we want the title, which is the text that we give the button to display, and then we want the icon afterwards. I hope all of that makes sense, and we're about to put them into the hero component and see them on the screen in just a jiffy. Alright, now it's time to come ahead and try to use those components that we created previously in the hero component so that they can actually be outputted here onto the screen. Now, first thing we're going to do is we're going to be importing those components that we created. In this case, text generate effect, we import it.
we import spotlight, and we import the magic button that we also created. And last but not least, we import navigation. And navigation is an icon. It's actually SVG, but it's wrapped in this nice svelte component so that we can just call instead of having to like write out SVG elements and specify them and all that. And this is coming from the Lucid Svelte library that we downloaded earlier. And that's what it's for. It exports a large, or it gives us access to a very large array or number of icons that we can use in our application. And one extra thing I really like about Lucid Svelte is whenever you're trying to import a component and you hover over it, you get this nice preview, so you know instinctively what it looks like, and you're like, yes, that fits what I want to use it to do. So enough talking, and let's start writing some code. So we're gonna come over here, just a step beneath, just a step beneath the initial div. We're gonna create another div, and within that div, we're gonna have three spotlights. So we're gonna have three spotlight co- um, components. We're gonna spotlight, and we're gonna close that off. And we're gonna specify a class name for this. And we're gonna say class name equals to a string, of course. And within that, we're gonna say negative top, which means we want it offset negatively from the top. We're gonna set that value to 40. Negative, negative left 10. You can see that we already get the spotlight over here, and we're just like playing with where it's coming in from, and it has that nice soft animation. So on medium screens, we're going to be coming in with negative left 32, and medium screens, we're going to be coming in with negative top 20, and we want the height of this thing, the spotlight, to be screen, which is odd, but I found that it works best. So just to make this look nice, we're going to step it down, and we are going to add another attribute. We're going to call that fill, Fill, fill. And so we're going to say that the fill is white. It did default to white, but we just have to be specific. And we're going to create another spotlight component again, spotlight. And again, we're going to have a class name equals to a string. And within that string, we are going to have a height of 80 VH. Now, in case you don't know what um, VH is, it means viewport height. And the number that you specify between the before the viewport height means that you want this thing to have a height of 80% of the viewport width. So if this was 60 in front of the VH, we'd have 60% of the viewport height. And the viewport height is the entire height that is allocated to us from a screen. So if you had an iPhone 6 and the entire height of the screen that is viewable was 400 pixels, your entire viewport height would be 400 pixels. And 80% of 400 is 320. If I'm not wrong, 80% of 400, yeah, it's 320. And the next thing on that style is width of 50 viewport width. It's the same logic, but just applies to width instead of height. And we have its styling is positioned to be top 10 and left full. That's all for the styles. Then we can come over here and specify the fill. We're gonna have the fill of purple, the purple fill.
and we get it over here. It's a bit small. It's not that visible, but okay, it's a bit visible, but yeah, we get it over here. And we're gonna create yet another spotlight, yet another spotlight. So we're gonna come over here and say spotlight. And now you can see the usability of being able to merge classes and component reusability. Just in case you're new to coding, you can see that instead of us like having to manually type out the the SVG implementation for the spotlight over and over again, like 3 times, and then change the styles. This is just a more declarative and cleaner way to write code. If we actually wrote the SVG description of this spotlight component thrice, we would have easily 700 lines of code, and more than half of it. Did I just say 700? Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Maybe 300, and half of that would be redundant. It wouldn't be necessary whatsoever, and so that's not a good way to write code. Usually, when you're writing or when you're learning to write, you don't want to be repeating yourself. If you're repeating yourself too much and you know that you want to push that out to be a component and then maybe have a way to um, make the styles to be able to give the styles and have baseline styles so you can have a lot of customizability over the component. So for the last one, we're going to have left of 80 and top 20, and the height is going to be 80 ph, 80% of the viewport width, viewport height, sorry. And we're going to have the same width of 50 viewport width. And this time our fill is going to be blue. Fill is going to be equals to blue. Yep, that's that for the spotlights. And the next thing we're gonna do is create a next thing we're gonna do is use the text generate effect component. So we're just gonna come over here and in this p tag, and we're gonna type out text generate effect. Text generate effect. It's already suggested that, and we can just close this off. And now we have to pass in the words prop. Words equals. You can open this as a string, and we're gonna say transforming transforming concepts into seamless user interfaces. Transforming. And now that is absolutely, absolutely stunning. Transforming concepts into seamless user interfaces. You can see the way that it just nicely scrolls in and it has that really nice generate effect. And so the next thing we're gonna, or the last thing we're gonna add to this is the magic button. Just come over here and specify that magic button. And because of the slot that we want to use, we can actually make this, open this up as a big, um, open this to make this have an open tag and a close tag. We don't give it a title, so it's rendering undefined. So we can go ahead and give it the title. We can say title is equals to show my work. Show my work. That changes. And the next thing we want to have is the handle click, even though we actually don't have anything. So we're just going to pass in an empty function. And last but not least is what else does this thing want? It says position Okay, we're gonna give a position of right. Oops, come out and then give that a position of right. Then we don't want any other classes. We just want it to be empty. And then within that over here, I'm gonna create that navigation. I'm gonna use that navigation. Oof, where have we gone? I'm going to use that navigation component. Close this off, and we're gonna put the slot equals to icon, and everything should work perfectly now. Yeah, that's the way that I want it to be. Absolutely amazing. So now that we're done with the hero part of this, okay, we're not done. Now, over here, there's something that I really want to show you. That's why I reminded myself to point the styles out. You can see that this background grid white, if you're not familiar with this, you're like, what is he doing? What is a grid? Like, there's no style exported by Tailwind that is written like this if you're really familiar with Tailwind. And that's absolutely true. And also, if you notice, when we hover over it, we don't actually get any preview of what it is in CSS. Like if I hovered over this dark peachy black, I get a preview of what it is in CSS. So that means that there must be something up. Maybe we haven't specified this as a custom style in our Tailwind config, and yes, that's actually true. We haven't specified it in our Tailwind config. And if you noticed, if you were very observant on the live preview of this website, at the background of this hero section is a whitish grid. The grid is whitish and it has all these small boxes within. But it isn't here right now. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and specify this in or within our Tailwind config file. So I'm just going to open up my stuff here on the side and go ahead and find my Tailwind config. So now I'm going to paste in some code. It's very boilerplatey, and I also believe that you should paste that in. So it's some function and below, and then plugins, the plugins portion, that's what you should paste in. So now, if you can see, we have this BG grid. Now this is what I wanted to point out. So previously we downloaded a package called mini data. What was that thing called? Let me check over from the top. Mini SVG data URI. Sorry for the mix up. And now you can see the grid comes alive because of the code that we just pasted in. So what we're saying is whenever we want this BG, we're going to be using the text BG grid, but for that we want a background image and we want a URL because an image is going to be expecting a URL, but an SVG is no image. We wrote this grid in SVG. So we're going to use that mini data SVG URI to turn the SVG into a uniform resource identifier or locator that could basically serve as an image. And we're going to be using that background image. And so that's just what that is for. And there's no need to think too deeply about it. And a lot of this is just boilerplate for how to set up a Tailwind plugin by yourself. So there's no need to really go over that. And we're going to be going to the next component, which is the grid component. So next we're going to start up with the grid portion of the portfolio. So we will be going into the grid.svelte, and that's going to represent that section of the portfolio. So we will open a script tag, and we're just going to leave that empty for now. And we're going to come up here and specify a section. And we're going to give it an ID of about. so that the link from this button automatically scrolls down to this section of the page. And we're going to give it a class of width full, and py, which is padding on the y-axis 20. Now, what this grid actually displays is a bento grid, and this section is just a wrapper for the bento grid. And the bento grid is again an externity component, so we're going to go into externity and try to get it out, follow their instructions, and see if we can get it done. So we come up here over into the bento grid, and basically it's just when you hover on it, it moves to the left. Every single one of the cards, when you hover over their text, it moves to the right. And they have a weird sort of like combination of them being different widths. So this would be grids. It would be a grid layout. Anyways, we don't have to go into all of that. We've already done this. We have Svelte motion, CLXX, and Tailwind merge. We've created our utility function, and we can now copy the source code. So basically, there's supposed to be two portions. One is supposed to be a bento grid, and the other is going to be a bento grid item. So we can create a bento grid folder within this UI to house both the grid and the grid item. So we're just going to call it bento grid. Now, within this bento grid folder, we're going to create two more files, bentogrid.svelte, and bentogriditem.svelte. So I'm going to copy the source code, and then we can later on we can customize the source code to suit our needs. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it into the bento grid file, and I'm going to copy the have to point to the right utils. So lib, that should be fine, and then I can come in here for the bento grid item and copy the necessary code. Again with the utils, just come over here and put the $lib, and everything will be fine. Doesn't actually ask for a change in our Tailwind config, so that's good. So we're gonna begin by customizing the Bento Grid item, and we're just gonna get rid of some of the classes and add our own. But you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of everything and start afresh. So I'm just gonna clear this out and start again. So we're going with row span one and a relative overflow hidden, overflow hidden, rounded XL, rounded 3XL, border, border white,
Dark
border,
shadow.
border white,
Okay, I don't think I spelled that properly. Shadow none. I'm just gonna go ahead and go back and change that.
and we put this modifier over here, and we say group
Next, we're gonna have justify
bento.
center. Sorry, justify
We're
between.
gonna add that into our
We're
tailwind
gonna have flex
hover. We're gonna give it
and
a
then
shadow
flex
of
call,
XL,
and we're gonna have space Y
transition,
4,
and we're gonna pass the transition duration,
and then we're gonna have Bento Grid
transition,
items. And now this is a class that is not
oh
actually
sorry, duration
in
of
that is not
200 seconds.
um, provided by Tailwind,
Um,
and we're not
actually
actually gonna add it to
not
our
200
Tailwind config
seconds,
either.
but
But we're gonna go
200
ahead
meaning
and we're gonna
100
go into the
represents
global
1 second.
app.css file, and we're actually
Shadow,
gonna specify the classes, the styles that should be applied to that Bento Grid class. So we're gonna use that Bento Grid items as a selector. Now, if you remember your CSS, we're just gonna go in with a dot Bento
shadow
Grid,
input, and we're gonna
with
say
a
our
dot Bento
dark
Grid items, and that will select that class and then apply styles to elements that have that class in as part of their class string. So let's go ahead and just do that. So for this bento grid items class, we're going to be adding two properties, which is background and background color. So background is just going to be a basic RGB value, which is going to be 4. Okay, it's going to be 4, 7, and 20. And the background color, we're going to have a linear gradient. We're going to start off with 90 degrees and go on with an RGBA value or RGB value. So with our RGBA value, we're saying 4, 7, 29, and 1. And we're going to go behind that with 0%. And after that, we're going to have another RGBA value, which in this case is 12, 14, 35, and 1. And we're going to go behind that and say 100%. Now, what's going on here in this linear gradient is we're basically saying that we want to go from the first RGBA value, which is a color, to the second RGBA value, which is another color, and we want that gradient or that switch in colors to be linear, and 90 degrees should be the angle. And the 0% indicates the start, while the 100% indicates the end. Now that should be that about that. So now we're going to go ahead and add some more props to this Bento Grid item component. First one we're going to add is called image class name. Just going to spell that in perfect camel case. Image class name. And then the next one is title class name. And the next one we're going to add is an ID. And we're going to add a spare image prop. And we're going to add an image prop also, which is one more prop. Now we're going to go ahead and import some more stuff that we're going to need. So the first thing we're going to import here is Lottie. Now Lottie is a function and we use it for rendering web animations that have their information stored in JSON format. And the next thing we're going to do is import the animation data that we actually want to use for Lottie. But because I've already created this before, I already have this. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and import the copy SVG from Lucid Svelte, capital letters instead of the small letter. And next we're going to bring in the animation data, which we actually already have. But if you haven't downloaded the assets folder, it's going to be linked in the description below, and you can have that data. And so I'm going to put it in, you're supposed to have a data file with a data folder within your libs folder, and that data file is supposed to be in there. That's the path. And then we have the confetti.json file, which is actually the animation information. You can bring that in from over there, and we're gonna call it animation data. Next, we're just gonna create. We're supposed to be able to import a function called gradient beat background, but we haven't created it yet, so we're just gonna leave that as a comment. And we're gonna create a stateful variable called copied. Now, if you can remember, in Svelte 4, anything that you declare with let, any variable that you declare with let is stateful, and will be tracked by Svelte and be used to update the DOM. All right. Before we get started, we are gonna create some more variables, but we are gonna be using the const keyword instead of the let one, so that Svelte doesn't actually track these because they don't change, and there's no need for Svelte to be tracking them. So I'm gonna create an array left lists that's gonna be equals to a string, an array of strings, and the first string in there is gonna be Svelte, and the next one's gonna be express, and the next one's gonna be TypeScript. Whoops, wrong spelling, TypeScript. So I'm just gonna copy this to move it to the next line, and I'm gonna change the name from right list to left list to right list, and I'm gonna change some of the strings. So over here, I'm gonna come in here and indicate this as Sveltekit rather than Svelte, and I'm gonna come here and say Firebase, and over here, I'm gonna come in and say GraphQL. The next thing we're gonna do is basically everything that's within the parent div, we're just gonna clear everything out, and we're gonna build again from scratch. All right. So the first thing that we want to do is create another div, and we want to give that a class. But instead of having a string, we're gonna use some JavaScript, and we're gonna open backticks in here so that we can use some of the JavaScript variables up there. So I'm gonna say if ID, which is the prop that we pass, if ID is equals to 6, we're just gonna end that there. So what we're gonna use double ands. So this is gonna only, what's basically gonna happen is that we're only gonna run this part of what comes after we use this and we're only going to apply those styles if the ID is actually equals to 6. It's just a short form instead of using the full length ternary operator and not having to put anything on the other end of it. And now this should always have a height full because it applies on every single what the Bento Grid item, independent of its ID or not. And so within this div, we create another div. Damn, autocomplete won't work when you need it to work. So we need another div. Oh boy, a div. I want the autocomplete to work. Good. Wow. And so we're gonna come over here and add another class into this one. So we're gonna go with width full, height full, and absolute. And within this div, we're gonna have an image, but we're basically only gonna have this if we pass in an image prop. So this is gonna be conditionally rendered with the if block. So hash if, and we're gonna enter that, and we're gonna say if the image is present, then like if the image prop has been passed, then we want to render out an image component because we have an image source, and we want to render out an image tag, or yeah, we want to render out an image tag.
So we're gonna say that the src is gonna be equals to the image source that we pass in. Src is image, and then we want the alt. This is being a little bit lazy here, but yes, I want the alt to be also be equal to image, and we're gonna have a class, and within that class, we're gonna be using the cn function, and we're basically gonna be saying we want to add the image class name to the base styles of object cover and object center. You know what? I'm just gonna make this whole full screen object cover and object center. Okay. Next, we are going to have yet another div. Believe it or not, and within this div, we are also going to have a class. Believe it or not, just playing around with you guys. So we also want to use backticks here because we're going to be using some of the variables up above backticks. And no matter what, we want this one to be absolute and positioned right 0 and negative bottom 5. And if the ID is 5, we're going to conditionally render one style. And we're going to be using that and short form that we talked about previously. So ID triple equals 5. And we're going to come over here and say and okay, I wrong symbol. Ampersand string with full and opacity of 80. Great. Everything's looking great. Now within this div, we're also going to be doing something quite similar to what was here. But for this one, we're going to be using this spare image prop. So I'm just going to go ahead and change all of this to spare image. Spare image. And I'm going to be changing the class over here. We will not be needing the cn function over here. So I can just get rid of that cn function call. And this has a class of objects cover, object center, with full and hide full. Full and hide. After this, we are actually going to go into another div, yet another div. But we're only going to render this div on one condition. This one's going to be a special one. And it's only going to get rendered if at all the ID is equals to 6. ID is equals to 6. But for now, we're just going to leave it because we want to just return a component that we haven't created, and it's called gradient background. And I'm just going to go ahead and comment this line out. When we create that, we're actually going to use it.
And so the next one we're going to have is yet another div. We're just going to come over here and start typing out the div. And it's going to have a class of, we're going to be using JavaScript in that, and we're going to have the cn function. And we're going to pass the title class name as the first argument and a string of classes as the second one. So we want to have group hover and bento translate x2, just translate on the x-axis. And we're going to have a transition of not none, but we're going to have a transition. And the duration is going to be 200, which is 2 seconds. And we want this to be relative. On medium screens, we want it to have a height of 4. On small screens, we want it to have a, oh sorry, that's not the meaning of min. We want the minimum height ever to be 40. We want flex, we want it to be a display flex, and we want the flex direction to be column. We want the padding on the x-axis to be 5, which is left and right. We want the padding all around to be 5. And on large screens, LG, we want the padding to be 10. Quite the long amount of classes, but you know, it's worth it, I guess. So we're gonna come in here and open this up, and within here we're gonna have another div. We're gonna have another div, and here we're just gonna have a class of font sans and font extra light because we want the font to be really light. And on medium screens, we're gonna have the max width to be 32. And on medium screens, we also want the text to be extra small. On large screen, we want the text to just be baseline size, so text base, which is normal size. And the on other screens, we want the text to be small, and the text is gonna itself have a color of that has a a hex value. So the hex value is HC1 C2 E3. It's a sort of grayish color, and it's going to have a Z index of 10. And we're going to be using our description prop in here. So we're just going to pass in the description prop in there. Great. So the next thing we're going to have is another div. Quite sorry for all the diving. So many divs. But we're going to have, within that, that's going to have another class. And again, this is a lot of markup, and it's very easy as you're following along to sort of, miss where one div is. Don't spend so much time basically trying to find out what you missed. So if you missed something and it's not getting rendered out quite properly as it should, just go ahead to the GitHub repository and you know what, just copy the stuff for this component. Doesn't have much JavaScript, doesn't have any JavaScript anyways, just styling. So shouldn't be too difficult to wrap your head around. And if you do visit the GitHub repository, don't forget to leave a star. Thank you very much. So on large screens, we want the text to be 3XL.
and we want the max width to be 96. We want the font to be bold and the Z index to be once again 10. And this time we're going to be passing in the title. And now we're also going to conditionally render one more item. And that's the item with an ID of 3. So basically, if the ID is equals to 3, much like the other one, triple equals to 3, then we are going to render a div. Here we go again with those autocomplete problems. Div. And within that div, we will have a class. Of course, we would have a class. And we're going to have flex for this one, gap 1. And on large screens, we want the gap to be 5. The width should just fit the content. It should be positioned absolutely within its container. It's going to have a positioning of negative right 3. And on large screens, it's going to have a positioning of negative right 2. So within that, we're going to have another div. And this one's going to have a class of flex columns, and gap of 3. Medium screen is going to have a gap of 3 as well, so we're not going to need that. So it's just redundant styles. A large screen is going to have a gap of 8. And now within that div, we're going to have a simple each block. And we're going to be mapping over the left lists. Left lists as item. Okay, the spelling's a little bit off, so I can just go ahead and change that. And so for every left list, we want to render a span element. Boy, oh boy, span element. And within that span element, we are going to render the item itself, but it's going to have a class of, for large screens, the padding on the top and bottom is going to be 4. For large screens, the padding on left and right is going to be 3. But baseline padding for top and bottom is 2. And baseline padding for left and right is also 3. We have rounded LG, which means it's rounded quite largely and the text is centered. And for the background, we're going to have a hex values background color. Okay, we're not applying these styles on this one, so sorry for that mistake. We're going to have a text of extra small, so sorry for that mistake. Text of extra small. For large screens, we're going to have the text base. And we're going to have an opacity of 50. For large screens, we're going to have an opacity of 100. We're going to be rounded a large, and the text is going to be centered. And finally, the last style is that the background should have a hex color, and that hex color is hash 10132E. Grayish, darkish grayish color. And beneath this div, we're going to have another span, yet another span. And we're going to have a class. For large screens, we're going to have a padding of on the top and bottom of 4. And on large screens, we're going to have a padding on the left and right of 3. And for the baseline, we're just going to have a padding on the y-axis of 2. Baseline padding on the x-axis of 3. And the text is going to be small, extra small, text XS. And the OG, on large screens, we're going to have text base. And we're going to have opacity of 50. On large screens, we're going to have an opacity of 100. It's going to be rounded large. The text is going to be centered. And the background is going to be the same as the span, so I can just come over here and copy it instead of typing it out over again. And just paste that in. So beneath this span, we're going to have another identical div to this one just below that has this each block. And we're going to just go ahead and copy this and paste it beneath and close off the div. But this time we're not going to be rendering, or we're not going to be mapping through the left lists. Instead, we're going to be going through the right ones, right list. And I'm just going to go ahead and check if the styles are supposed to be the same. And yes, the styles are supposed to be the exact same. All right. Now after this block and this div, we're going to also conditionally render one more thing if our ID is 6. So if I'm on autocomplete, yep. Whoops. Let's try that again. Yeah, we get the autocomplete now. So if ID is equals to 6 time, then we're gonna render this div again. Div div div. All right, and this one's gonna have a class of margin top 5 and relative. And basically, we're gonna have another div within this, and I'm going to do something called a binding. Now, what a binding is basically assigning a an element, an HTML element, to a variable. Bind this going to be equals to copy container, copy, but it would appear that I have actually not created the copy container variable as we speak. I'm just going to go over ahead into the top script tag of our component and create this copy container variable. So I'm just going to come here and say let copy container, and we're going to instantiate it with the type of HTML div element. So here that is HTML div element. Scroll back to where we were. So basically what we're saying is that if we wanted to write any JavaScript, this copy container would be some sort of representation of that div in its object format. So it would have the same properties that the div would be supposed would have. So as an example, if you're coming from a purely vanilla JavaScript background, you should be able to add an event listener to this copy container and use it to um, fire click functions and stuff like that. But we don't actually need to do that because we have other things like specifying props with onClick and stuff like that. But basically, now this is just a HTML element and we can use it for playing our animation. So come back and continue typing out the styling. So yeah, we can keep going. And this div has a class. It has a class of absolute, negative bottom 5, right 0, width of 400 pixels, and a height of 200 pixels. And we want the display here to be block. Next, we're going to be using a magic button component. So it's going to come over here beneath, and I'm going to hope that auto import actually works. Type out magic button. Yes, we do get it, and it should be imported up here at the top. Yeah, we just imported it right now, I think, or I can't. And we're gonna specify the props on it. So title is, now remember that copied variable we created earlier. So if the copied variable is equals to true, then we want our button to display email is copied. Sorry if it's, yeah, yeah, copied is true, then we want the button to display email is copied. Else we want it to display copy my email address. gonna say that our position is left because we want the icon to be on the left hand side of text. You're gonna have a handle click on this, but for now I'm just gonna leave it empty because haven't actually created the variable uh, function for the handle click, and we're gonna have the other classes, and in this case it's just going to be a string, and it's gonna have a basic background of that has a hex value of hash 161831, but obviously we don't get the Tailwind support because it's not specified in class. So we are, oops, I have made this self-closing. We don't want that. We want it to be able to wrap around other elements or other components. And in this case, we're going to be using that copy icon that we brought in from Lucid Svelte. So copy, and this is self-closing. And we're going to say that we want it to be our slot icon. So it's going to render it where we want, exactly where we want to render it. So that's that for the Bento Grid item. I'm going to be explaining the structure a little bit much more when we actually use it in the grid item, in the grid component, and then render that to the screen. But for now, it's just basic styling, and I hope it's not too difficult to wrap your head around it. Alright, before we start anything, I just want you to know that within the index.ts file, within your library folder, your lib folder, we already have all these data, and we're basically going to be using it as some sort of mini, how do I put this, database for our projects and testimonials and stuff like that, but also for our grid items and the text that we want to give them. In this case, the title, the description, the extra class, the image class, the title class, and the path to the image that we want to render if this particular grid item is supposed to have an image at its background. And as I've said before, I already have my assets. They're within here in this static folder. And if you want your assets, they're going to be in the description of this video, the public folder, and you just go ahead and download those and put them in the static folder. And why I like to use the static folder is because you don't have to have the exact path. You just put a forward slash and the name of that file, and it just goes over to the static. It knows to go over to the static folder and match whatever has that name. So for this one, it would be b1.svg, and it would have that as b1.svg. Okay, so we're going to go into our grid.svelte file, and we're going to be importing one of the things that we exported in that index file, and that's going to be grid items from $lib, and we're going to be importing the Bento Grid and the Bento Grid items. All right, now we can just go ahead and render a Bento Grid, and within that Bento Grid, we are going to map over the grid items. So within each block, we're going to say each grid items as item. We want to render a Bento Grid item. But for each Bento Grid item, we're going to be passing the props. So for this one, we're going to have the ID equal to the item ID. And for the title, we want it to be equal to item.title. Description equals to the item.description. Class name equals to the item.class. And the image, if there is any, equals to item.image. And the image class name equals to image.classname. Item, sorry, dot image, which is the style for the, and then the spare image, if there's any need for that, should be passed item dot spare image. Right, now that's looking good. But Bento Grid item is still complaining. It says title class name is still missing. And oops, I guess I forgot to include that. So I'm gonna come here and say title class name equals to item dot title class. Everything should work perfectly. So I'm just gonna go ahead and run the application just so you don't die of anticipation. Kept you waiting on edge. See what it is that we have built. To come into our routes in our plus page.svelte file, and I'm going to go ahead and import grid component. And I'm gonna just use grid component right. It's gonna go ahead and run the application. So we have our grid nicely displayed here over at the side, but for some reason we can't see all the text on it, which means that we haven't set our text to be white and we've made a styling mistake. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this, and I'm going to say that I want the text white. Should get a good old refresh and nice. And I'm gonna move those styles that I just deleted down over here to the Bento grid. I'm gonna give it a class name or a class of width full and padding Y of 20. And it appears that all the text is still not visible. So I'm just that a quick refresh. Maybe that's the problem. And no, that's not the problem. And we're gonna go ahead and try to find out what the problem is. So we're gonna go into the Bento grid items. Silly me, I found out the problem was that I actually didn't spell white properly. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in, and yes, we get everything looking nice and clean. So for, if you remember, for the object for ID1, we actually had this background, and so it displays that background at the side. And we have this nice thing where if we try to hover over the text in the Bento grid, it transitions over the side. It gets skewed to the side. And if for a bigger screen, if we try to open this up, we get this really nice grid that all the items kind of look skewed, and we get different grids at different times. Yeah. So now for the idea of six, because if you notice that there's only one, two, three, four, five, six. For the sixth one, we basically want to do something a little bit special. We want the background of this to be moving, to be shiny, to be very, very attractive. So they can see that our email address is actually over here and they can click it. So we're drawing attention to this particular one, to this particular item, this particular Bento Grid item, because it has our copy email address. You would call this a call to action. That's what it is. It's a CDA, and it cannot look like the others. It has to stand out. So we're gonna go ahead and go to the iStandard UI website and get how to create a component called gradient BG, gradient background. All right, here's the gradient animation component. It's really nice and it tracks our mouse, which is just absolutely awesome. It's just mind blowing. It's absolutely stunning. And basically, what we want to do is we want to come into this components folder in the UI folder. We're going to create a new file and we're going to call it gradientbg.spelt. And then we have access to this Tailwind config. But because we've already have the animation object set up in that extend object over here, we're just going to add to the animation object. So we're going to come over here and we're going to take all of this first, second, third, fourth. I'm going to copy this and we're going to come over here into this animation object in our Tailwind config and we're just going to paste that in. And for the keyframes, we're going to copy all the keyframes as well. It's quite a lot of keyframes. Let me just make the browser a little bit bigger and take out our file panel, horizontal and everything. And we're going to come over into our own keyframes and paste them in. And we've broken our app because I'm sure we didn't have the right amount of yep, okay. We've gotten it. We've gotten a the app is running perfectly. So the next step is to copy the code for the component itself. I'm just going to open back this panel over here at the side and we're going to go to the gradient BG and paste all the styles from the docs in. Basically, they give us this large amount of properties, but they always set default values, and we're going to be using the default values because they're sufficient. And they also expose another class name, just in case you want to take this a little bit further. Now we're going to go into our Bento Grid items, and for the one that has the ID of 6, I'm going to be using it. It's going to come over here. So we're going to come over in here, and we're going to import the gradient background component. Import gradient G. And we're going to come into where the ID is actually equals. We're going to take all that comments away and we're going to go with gradient background. It can encompass other elements or components, and we're gonna have a div within that. And for that div, we're gonna say that the class is absolute, absolute dead 50, inset 0, flex, get, right? What's going on with typing today? Inset 0, flex, item center, justify center, text white, font bold, padding on the x-axis, which is left and right, or pointer in pointer events is none. Text should be 3XL, and the text should be centered. On medium screens, we want the text to be 4XL, and on large screens, we want the text to be 7XL. All right, so now let's see what our application looks like. Great, we get this, but now we have this problem where they're both beside each other instead of on top of each other. Why would that be? I'm gonna go over their styles and see where we got it wrong. Alright, so I found the culprit and it's this baseline styles that we copied over from our Arstfinity UI. I can just go ahead and basically change that to, I'm gonna take away from here and I'm going to change it to width full, height full, absolute, and overflow hidden. And we're gonna go with top 0 and left 0, which means exactly in position. And now it looks right. If I open this up a bit, yeah, now everything is looking the way that it ought to. It fits in really nice and they all slide to the side when we hover over them. Ooh, our button's a little bit too big on bigger size, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to change that. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it the style the way that it is because presently I think that it looks good. But if you do go ahead and check out the GitHub repository, you might be able to pinpoint where exactly causes this issue of the button being really large or really long on long screens. But for some reason, I kind of like the way that it looks. So for now, when we click on this button, nothing happens. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and implement the handle copy function for this particular button, this in this for this particular magic button in this Bento Grid item that has its ID to right. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're in the Bento Grid items file, and I'm going to create a function called handle copy. So I'm gonna come over here and create a function called handle copy. And the first thing we're going to say is what's the text that we want them to copy. In this case, it's my email. And I'm going to say const text equals, it's going to be a string. And I'm going to put my email in there. Then the next thing we're going to say is if you want to be able to access the clipboard for the browser, you have to use the navigator object. And the navigator object has some properties. So the clipboard is a property of the navigator object, and we can say we want to write text to it. We can write other things. In this case, we want to write text, and in this case, I'm going to pass in my text. But let's just say, okay, I don't want to call this text. I want to call this email. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to change it to email just so that it's a little bit more descriptive. And next thing we're going to do is we're then going to set the copied stateful value to true equals to true, not minus true. And then you want to use the lottie function that we imported from the beginning. So lottie is for creating animations that we have turned into JSON. So in case you're using something like Adobe After Effects, you can create a really nice animation and then use lottie to turn it into JSON format. And that JSON format we can use on the web because it's more performant. Now, lottie is going to ask for a an options object so it knows exactly where to render and how to render our animation. So I'm going to give it a container, and the container that I want Lottie to render this information or this animation on is the copy container that I created previously. I'm going to pass it that, and that's a HTML element, so it doesn't complain. The next thing is I'm going to say that loop is false, so I don't want it to loop. I only want this to play this animation once. And autoplay is going to be based off of copied. Copied is true or false. And then the animation data is going to be animation data, the one that we imported. Animation. A bit redundant. You can remove it if you want, but I want to type it in the way that it is. And for the renderer settings, I had to play with this a bit just to get what works right. Renderer settings, I'm going to say preserve aspect ratio. And for that, I'm going to go with the X mid, Y mid slice. X mid. And then slice. And now if we click on our button, it should play an animation and copy text to our clipboard. But of course, we have to state that the function we want to run when we tap magic button should be handle copy. Right, so let's see what happens. Boom, we get that really nice confetti over there. And if I just go over here and I can just paste Control V and I have my email, just Control V and I have my email right there. So the handle copy function works.
All right. So a further note on Lodi web, to get animations that are really really cool, you can come over to this Lodi Files or Lottie Files website, and this has a curation of pre-created web animations that you can use. and you can have the option of exporting them in JSON format, just like we did for ours, or you can link to them via URL. And they also export animations in other file formats besides JSON. And you can use this in Adobe After Effects and any other video editor or animation editor that you want to use. But basically, that's just the word on them. And the Lodi Web JavaScript library helps us to efficiently display these animations on our web pages, which is what we did here. The Lodi.load animation efficiently helps us display our animations on the browser. So that's just a note about Lodi Web and Lodi Files. So we're gonna go ahead and try to build up the next component, which is going to be our floating navbar. All right, all right. Now the next thing we're gonna do is come over to the externity Sveltekit website, and we're going to get a component that says that it's called the floating navbar. So what the floating navbar does is, at first it's not visible, but once you scroll back up, it comes out. So this is the navbar over here, and we can use that to navigate to different parts of the page that we want to navigate to. Well, the steps, we've already installed the dependencies. We already have a CN function. So we're just going to go ahead and create a file called floatingnavbar.spelt within this UI folder. It's going to come over here and add a new file called floatingnavbar. And we're just going to copy the code in, and then subsequently we will edit the we'll edit the styles so that the styles are perfect for us. All right, so we have that. And we're just going to be looking at the styles that aren't really for us. And I'm not going to be explaining much of the stuff from Spelt Motion, because this is actually not a Spelt Motion tutorial. But if you want something like that in the future, you can always say it in the comment section. But we're just going to try to build as fast as possible right now because of time constraints. Alright, so the first thing is this button beneath the each component is, we're gonna get rid of it. This entire button over here, just gonna get rid of it, and we're gonna go ahead and go around and make some changes. So for the styles on the initial div, we're just gonna clear everything out and add our own custom styles to it. Let me make this a little bit bigger, because right now we're not using the browser. We're not using the browser at all. So I'm just gonna come over here and clear this entire line out. We still need to pass the class name in case we want classes that are special, or to, if we wanted to style it when we call it up above, we wanted to make it a little bit better. Okay, so the first thing here is flex, max with fit. On medium screens, we want a minimum width of 70% of the viewport width. And on large screens, we want a minimum width of fit rather, not fixed. Fixed Z 5000, because we want it, no matter what, to display above every other element. And it's going to be positioned top 10. And the inset on the x-axis is going to be 0.
The padding is auto. The padding on the x-axis is auto. The padding on the margin on the x-axis was auto, and the padding on the x-axis is 10. The padding on the y-axis is 5. It's rounded LG, which is rounded large, and it has a border. Its border is black, 0.1, and it has a shadow, but a custom shadow. So it's gonna be a little long. Wow, that's actually a lot. So I'm just gonna pause and paste and copy that so that I don't have to type it all out. All right, then now that I've copied that in, we can just come in over here. Where's that div? Yes, and I'm gonna paste it in, and I advise that you do same also. It's a really really long style, and after that we have item center, justify center, and space x4. So I'm just gonna come here, item center, justify center, and space on the x-axis because the flex direction is on the x-axis, so the space between individual elements is going to be 4. And we taking a nav items prop. In case you didn't notice, I'm just going to scroll up for you. We taking a nav items prop, which means that we want to be able to pass in an array of this type. That's the way that it was written in the baseline. Okay, and yes, we were gonna use this. We're gonna use this sort of this format for each and every one of our nav items element. They're gonna have a name, a link where they link to, and an icon. But I won't actually be using this icon. I'm gonna be leaving it blank. But because of how I wrote it in the GitHub repository, I'm also just gonna leave it there. But it's not gonna do anything. And basically, we're passing in this prop, which is supposed to be an array of objects of this type. They have a name, a link, and an icon. But this is optional. It's an optional property. So for every nav item, we want to render an A tag. That's what's going on here. For every nav item, we want to render an A tag, and we have access to the index, and we create a key, as I told you guys about earlier, and we create a key just right over here. Now we're also gonna have custom styles on the A tag, but before that, there's one more thing that we need to do on the div, and that's adding a style attribute to the div because there's some styles that would just be more difficult to write in Tailwind, but we're gonna write them with inline CSS. So I'm just gonna come over here and write style. So we are going to go with a backdrop filter. And for the backdrop filter, we're gonna be going with a blur of 10 pixels. Blur of 10 pixels. And we're gonna have saturate 100%. Behind that, we're gonna have a background color. Background color of an RGBA value. And for that RGBA, it's going to be 17, 25, 40, and 0.75. Next, we're going to have a border radius of 12 pixels and a border of 1 pixel, a border type of 1 pixel solid, and would have a color that is an RGBA value, which in this case is 255, 255, 255, and lastly 0.125. So yeah, that's all for that. And for the A tag, I'm just gonna look if okay. We're gonna need to clear out these styles and write over our base styles again. So for starters, we're gonna come in here with relative, and then we're gonna have dark. For dark mode, we want the text to be a neutral color, neutral 50. And then we want items to be centered. And we want a flex. We want this to be display flex. And we want the spacing on the x-axis to be 1. We want our text to be neutral 600 if it's not on dark screens. And for dark screens, when we hover over it, we want the text to change to another color. So we stack up selectors. In this case, we're stacking up dark and hover. And then the style is text neutral 300. And on hover, if it's not on dark screens, we're going to say that we want the text to be neutral and 500. Go ahead and get rid of that. So for the span, okay, we're going to be getting rid of a spelt component because as I told you, I'm not going to be making use of the icon. And this spelt component was supposed to be bind itself to the icon, but I'm not making use of it. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that. And for the span, we're going to just look at the classes. And I'm also going to get rid of this because I also don't need it. And we only need to change the styles on here. So we are going with text small and cursor pointer. And that's going to be all. And as you can see, when we access the nav item link, we're using it as the href or the link for our anchor tag, and we're just displaying the name of that link. And we can use that to create our floating nav bar wherever we want to. So I'm just going to go ahead and export this component and use it on the main level. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead and import the nav items array that we're going to use to display our nav items.
So I'm going to just go ahead and import nav items from the index file in the library folder. $lib should have that. Next, I'm going to go ahead and import the floating navbar component. We have that, and we pass it here. Floating navbar, close that off. And for the class name prop, we will be giving an empty string because we do not want any extra styles. And for the nav items array, we will give it the nav items array that we just imported. Now let's give our application a quick run and see if everything works as it should. Just split this in two so you can have both views simultaneously. And I'm going to go to localhost and wait for this to run. Alright, it's loaded up, so we can just go ahead and refresh this. Alright, so now that we have successfully loaded our application, as you know, at the beginning the floating navbar is not supposed to be present, but when we scroll up and then attempt to scroll back, when we scroll down and we attempt to scroll back up, we should see the navbar. But in this case, it appears that the navbar is not working. I did get around to finding the problem, and it was actually a faulty flex spelling in one of the divs in the hero component, believe it or not, because this thing is supposed to basically display anywhere you um, stop scrolling and start to change your direction. And we see it up top, so everything is nice and fine, and the app will work if you type everything correctly. I'm so sorry for the error, and now we can move on to the next, which is going to be the recent projects component over here that we have created. So to start with the recent projects, we can come here and just open up a script tag, and we're going to be importing some important stuff. So first of all, we're going to be importing the navigation icon from Svelte. And next, we're going to be importing the projects array from the index file in the library folder that has an array of objects that represent our projects that we would like to showcase to our recruiter. And we're going to be importing a component that we haven't built yet. So I'm just going to comment this line out and write pin container so that we remember to actually um, build that particular uh, component. And the next thing we're going to do is import the GitHub SVG from Lucidsfeld. Just going to take this a bit further and go with /icons /GitHub. Alright, this is changing way too much, and I'm just going to go ahead and stop the application from running. So the first thing we're going to do is create a div, and within that div we're going to have a class of padding y of 20, and within that we're going to have a h1, and in that h1 we're going to have a class of heading, and text white. Within this H1, we're going to write a small selection of, and then we're gonna use JavaScript to insert white space just beside that string. And then the next thing we're gonna do is beneath that we're gonna have a span, and within that span we're gonna have a class of text purple. Then we can now write recent projects. Beneath the H1, we're gonna open up a div, and in that div, we're gonna have a class of flex, flex wrap, item center, justify center, padding 4, gap 16, and margin at the top is gonna be equals to 10. Next, we're gonna be mapping through each project. So for each project, we want to display a project card. Each project, as I'm going to name an individual project as project. And so for each project, we want a div. And that div is going to have a few classes. So class is going to be relative. On large screens, we want a minimum height of 32.5 rem. And on, we want the height to be 25 rem. And we want this to be flex, item center, and justify center. On small screens, we want the width to be 96. And aside that, we want the width to be 80 VW, which is 80% of the viewport width. So within that, we're going to have to use the pin container. We're going to have to use the pin container. So I'm just going to write pin container. And I'm going to comment that out. So that's the component we have to build, and this is where we have to insert it. So beneath the pin container, but still within this div, we're going to have yet another div. And this one's going to have a class of relative flex item center, justify center. On small screens, we're going to have a width of 96. We are going to have a width of 80% of the viewport width. Overflow hidden. And height 20 VH, which is 20% of the viewport height. And for large screens, we're going to have a height of 30 VH. We're also going to have margin of bottom, the margin at the bottom to be 10. Next, we're going to have an A tag.
which is going to link to the project.github link. It would seem that for some reason project singular, the individual project is not accessible within this itch block presently. Maybe because of the compile speed, we're gonna need some time, or because that this has a string behind it and it seems everything to be working out fine. And yes, we get the project, and the project is an object that looks like this. So every project has an ID, which is a number. That's the way I set it to. It also has a title, a short description, an image of the project, which is a screenshot, maybe how it looks, so people could really get a feel of how the project is supposed to look, the technologies that you use to make it, and an icon list that represents the technologies that you use to make it. So um, and the path. So this icon list would be a path to images of those technologies. So if I used Firebase to make the project, it would be my technologies array, and then for the icon list, it would also be there, and then I'd have a path. I'd have the path to the Firebase logo within that, and I can link that and display that out. And so every project that you build should have a live preview and should take you to a working app and should take a recruiter to a working application if they wanted to see your work. So that's where this link goes to, and the GitHub link goes to the GitHub repository of the project so that they can see the code and they can see your best practices and your cleanliness and all that sort of stuff. So this portfolio really is the real deal, and it's gonna make you get a lot more calls. All right. So what is the A tag complaining about? Okay, it should have a child element because the A tag is presently empty. That's why it says that. So we're gonna give a target of blank because I absolutely hate while I'm trying to go around an application and it keeps using the present browser tab. I usually want links to open in another browser tag, so that's what this target blank is for. So if I was on your portfolio and I click this GitHub link, it would open another tab in my browser and take me to that GitHub repository on the other tab instead of opening it on the present tab. That's what this target blank is for. So now we can go ahead to define the class or the styles of this thing. So we want it to be absolute. We want the width to be 7%. We want an aspect of square, and the background should be gray 600. Furthermore, we want it to be rounded all the way full, and it should be at the top three. Then we want it to be at the right three. We want it to be flex. We want the Z index to be 20, and we want it to be item center just by center. So the items within this A tag would be perfectly centered on both axes. So within the A tag, we're just going to have a simple div. I got the wrong one. I wrote dir, but that's okay. And so we can come back here and keep typing. So within this div, we would have an image tag. But first of all, we have to style the div. So we want it to be relative. Width is supposed to be full. The height is full. Overflow hidden. And on large screens, we want it to be rounded 3XL. All right. So furthermore, we're gonna go with another style because this is gonna be more difficult to write in Tailwind. We're gonna be going for background color, and we're gonna say that the background color is going to be a hex value hash 13162D. All right. So again, for the image tag, we're gonna have the source pointing to a file in my static folder called bg.png, which means background.png. And for the alt, I'm just gonna give it a background image. So what's gonna happen is that when this image doesn't load in time, this div ought to have a background color. Ought to have a background color. So that's this background color is just a filler before the image loads, just in case, so that the user doesn't see a white janky change in layout, and so it's a bit more manageable. So beneath this div, we're going to have an image. We're going to have another image. So we can just go ahead and say image over here, and this one's going to be pointing to the project instead. So the snapshot of the project, or the screenshot, as you would like to put it, of the project. So in this case, it's going to be project dot image. And mind you, I've already curated all the paths over here. Just go ahead and try to open the definition. You can see that I've already curated the path for the image. The image is a path in our static folder. And so this is a very good way for you to easily manage your files, because as you grow as a developer, you're going to be building more projects. So all you have to do is take a picture, add it to your static folder, and come over here to your projects array and describe it in this manner and point correctly to the paths. And you're going to have yourself immediately on a project. And we're going to be deploying this application to Netlify. And when we deploy to Netlify, if you connect via your GitHub repository, every time you change something on your GitHub repository, Netlify is going to automatically rebuild your application. So it doesn't even take 1 second for your portfolio to be up to date. It's just so fast. Anyways, we can go back to what we were doing, which is over here. All right, so let's go back. So for the alt tag, we're just gonna write cover. And for the classes, we're gonna have Z10, or Z index of 10. It's gonna be absolutely positioned, and it's gonna have a positioning of bottom 0. The A tag was supposed to end after the git.svg. Alright, so it seems that I've made some sort of error with the structure of this. Just gonna look for it for a while. Project.github link. Alright, so what's supposed to be here is supposed to be the GitHub image and not this. So I'm just gonna copy this before I erase it, and also take out this at the bottom. And the correct image to be here is supposed to be the um, git.svg image. That's within our static folder. And we can end the A tag right over here, just beneath the image. We're going to say /A, and that's going to close out the A tag. And beneath the A tag is where we then have the previous div that has a background color of 13162D. And we can close off that div just so this stops complaining. We can close off that div. And within that div is where we have the src that points to bg.png. /bg.png. And it actually has no cover. So I'm just going to come over here and say alt. Nope, that's not descriptive enough. I'm going to say bg image. And I'm going to come over here and let go of the classes. It doesn't need any classes. And then the next thing is actually an image. And so within this image, we're going to get a source. And this source is going to be equal to finally the project dot image. It's going to have an alt of cover. And its class is going to be Z10 absolute and positioned at the bottom. So beneath this div, we're gonna have an h1, and it's gonna have a class of font bold. Large screens is gonna have a text of 2XL. A medium sized screen is gonna have a text of XL. And it's gonna have a text of baseline for normal screens, or the screen size of the sides large and medium. It's gonna have a line clamp of 1, and its text is going to be white. And finally, we can just come in here and say that we want the project title. All right. So beneath that H1, we want a P tag. And in that P tag, we're going to have obviously some classes or some styles. So we're going to come over here and say class. For large screens, we want the text to be extra large. For large screens, we want the font to be medium. Not medium, normal. And we want the font to be light, text to be small, and a text color of a hex value, which is hash BEC10D. It's definitely not supposed to be yellow. So I gotta look at that color really well. Okay, it's not 10D, it's 1DD. Phew, I was getting really worked up there. Yep, more like a pinkish color or purplish color. So we want the padding on the x-axis, which is left and right, to be 1% of the viewport height. And we want the margin on the top and bottom to be 0. And within this p tag, we're going to go ahead and display the description of our project.description. And finally, beneath this p tag, we are going to have a div. And within that div, we're going to have a class of flex item center, justify between, and margin top 7, and margin bottom 3. Within that div, we're going to have another div. And here we're going to have classes of just flex and justify center. And inside of this, we're going to have an array of the icon lists. And for each array, we're going to map out the image. So we're just going to come over here and say each project.icon link icon lists each project dot icon lists as, in this case, I'm going to call them icons, and I want their index. So in here, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class of border white, over 0.2, and it's going to be rounded full, so it's going to be full circle or fully circular. Rounded full. We want the background to be black. On large screens, it should have a width of 10. On large screens, it should also have a height of 10. The width should be 8 on screens that aren't large, and the height should also be 8 on screens that aren't large. It should be flex, and it should be justify center and item center. Finally, we're going to have a style. It's going to break this out because it's getting difficult to type or difficult for you to see. So I'm going to have a style. And within that style, we are going to be translating using the index because we want them to be sort of stacked over each other. So it looks like we're displaying a stack of like circular cards, but they're sort of on top of each other. So we're going to be transforming based on their index or translating them to the side based on their index. So we're going to open up a backtick right over here, and we're going to say we want transform. And for the transformation, we want it to be translate x. And the translate x value is going to be opened up here, and we're going to be using backticks. Um, we're going to be accessing a variable within the backticks. So we want to say 5 times the index plus 2. And behind that, we're just going to put in px, which means pixels. So the negative 5 times index plus 2px is the negative translate x that we want. So beneath this div, we're going to finally have an image. And the image itself is going to be the icon, because everything in that array is a string, and that string is a path to the icon. So just icon itself. Whoops, I've gone and said icons instead of icon. All right. So beneath the next div, we are going to have an a tag. And within this a tag, we are going to have the href to be equals to the item.link. So basically, this is the href that takes us away from the page, sorry, project.link, and takes us to the live preview of our project that we have built. And once again, I'm going to go with target of blank, and then we can start off with the classes. So it's going to be flex, justify center, item center. All right, and that's all for the classes. And within that, we're going to have a p tag. Within this a tag, we're going to have a p tag. So we're going to have a class, and then we're going to say flex. And on large screens, we want the text to be extra large. On medium, we want the text to be small, extra small actually. And then we want the text to be small for screens that are not medium or not large, and we want the text to be purple. Now within this p tag, we are just gonna write check live site, check live site, and finally we are gonna be beneath that. We're gonna use that navigation component that we brought in from Lucid Svelte, the SVG, the navigation SVG. And that's all for this. Then we can go ahead and try to build our pin container. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we are going to be creating this component here on the Astanity UI or Astanity Sveltekit website. It's a container that whenever we hover over it, it has this 3D effect of panning or falling behind, and has this link thingy with the that comes up above and this green line and this sort of pulsing effect at the. So we're gonna go ahead and follow the instructions on their documentation for implementing this component. So we have added a util file already, and we've downloaded the components. The next thing is to copy the source code. So they want us to create another folder called 3D pin. However, I'm not gonna create that folder, or I'm gonna create that folder, but I'm not gonna call it 3D pin. So in this UI folder, I'm gonna create another folder. Instead, I'm just gonna call it pin. And within pin, I'm going to have a pin container that's built. And then I'm just gonna copy this code and paste it in. And within the and still within this, okay, I'm gonna have to update the ports. And then still within this folder, I'm going to create one more component called pin perspective. Pin container already calls the pin perspective. Just gonna go ahead and create one more file called pin perspective.svelte. And I'm just gonna copy the code for the pin perspective and paste. And for some reason, getting that it cannot find the module, but I think everything should be fine, and it's just having a hard time updating ports. So if I look at this, I've spelled this correctly. In perspective, in perspective. And then in that case, we are trying to fetch from the same directory. So everything should be fine, but how about I just try to type this out again? Port in perspective. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just having a hard time the updating the ports. Now we're gonna go over into the recent project.svelte file, and over here where it says pin container, we're actually gonna use pin container. Open this up, I'm going to set its relative, and so I want my container to be here. I'm gonna go ahead and import the pin container. I haven't checked, maybe they asked us to change some stuff in our Tailwind. Okay, nope, there's no need for a change in our Tailwind. So I'm just gonna go ahead and import in container rather. Import that. Then down beneath here at the bottom, I'm just gonna go ahead and fire pin. Now pin container has some certain props. In this case, the title and where it links to. I'm gonna pass in those props. Title prop that we want it to be title. And lastly, for the href where it's supposed to link, we're going to give a project.github link. Now, while I was typing out the structure of the application, I accidentally closed off this div early. Closed off this div is not supposed to close here. Go ahead and take it out. And of course, the app is going to complain. We're going to go ahead and scroll to the bottom and close it off there instead. And besides, okay, container is going to be taking off this because it's supposed to contain everything that's within. I'm going to copy that and put it away. And we're going to go to the bottom of the application, just above file, and we're going to close this off. And it looks good. Let's go ahead and run our application and see how everything looks. So I'm going to come into the localhost 5173. It's going to take some time to run. All right, so now that our project is run, we can just go ahead and, oops, we forgot to add the recent projects to our plus page.svelte file. So we're just going to go over here and we're going to be importing the recent project so we can use it. I'm going to go ahead and import recent project. And beneath, right, recent beneath grid. I'm going to go ahead and give this a quick refresh. And immediately we get our selection of projects, which is absolutely cool. And they bend in the way that we'd like them to. But I have noticed that there's some issues with styling. We must have made a mistake when our icon over here is not visible. I'm gonna go back and give the icon some styles. So when we scroll down to the navigation icon, we can pass in a prop for its color and we can give it a class. So I'm just can style it with classes. So I'm just gonna put a class of ms of 3, margin inline start of 3, and I'm gonna give it a color of x value, and the value is hash cb cf9. That here at the top, the small selection of recent projects is supposed to be larger. Just gonna go ahead and check that out. Small selection of recent projects. Perhaps it's supposed to be capitalized. I can't remember how exactly this is supposed to look. The heading class, I don't think that's been created. Heading class over here hasn't been created. So let's go ahead and try to create. Alright, so we just go into the global app.css and we're going to create a um the heading class or the styles for the heading class. That's why the style is small. Presently, the heading class hasn't been created in this app.css file. So I'm just gonna go over here and say at the utility layer of Tailwind utility or at layer utilities. Sorry about that. At layer, we want to open up the curly braces and we are going to use the dot heading selector. And within that, we want to apply using the at apply font bold text for Excel. On medium screens, we want the text to be 5XL and text centered. So if I scroll down a bit, we should see a bigger and better small selection of projects, which is really nice. So in case you're wondering, this stuff just helps us to be able to use Tailwind utilities within a CSS style block. As you, if you're if you're conversant with CSS, you know that what we're writing is basic Tailwind utilities, and CSS doesn't actually have rules that allow us to write like this. This is the way we usually write your CSS styles, but this utility layer is basically saying that we should be able to have access to Tailwind utilities instead. So that's all for this particular portion of the portfolio. You can add projects as you please, and obviously feel free to edit the projects. These are some of my own projects that I feel look good and could be used for this for this portfolio website. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to go into and come over here and we're going to create the file that is the experience.svelte file or the clients.svelte. I think clients come before. We're going to actually write the code for the clients.svelte file. Clients is next. So we go this clients file and we're going to start typing it out in a jiffy. So the first thing as usual is to open a script tag and we're going to be importing two things. We're going to be importing companies and testimonials from the index file in our library. Import companies and testimonials from the index folder in library. And on the next line, we're going to be importing a function that we have not already created. So I'm just going to comment out that line and say infinite moving cart. Beneath the script tag, we're going to start with a section. Its ID going to be equals to testimonials so that we can link to that via our floating navbar. And our class is going to be padding on the top and bottom of 20. And the next thing we're going to have is a H1. It's going to have a class of heading again, text white. And within that, we're going to say kind words from. And within a span, I'm going to say satisfied clients. And in here, we're going to say class of text purple. Then beneath the H1, we're going to have a div. And in that div, it's going to be class of Alt autocomplete. So it's going to be class of flex call. What's going on here? May only specify known properties. Oh, class. Wrong spelling. Sorry about that. So flex and flex call. Item center. And for max screen size, really large screen size, we're going to go with empty 10, which is margin on the top of 10. And within that div, we're going to have yet another div. This time, this is going to have a class of height of 50% of the viewport height. And for medium screens, we want the height to be 5 rem. Or rather, not 5 rem, but 30 rem. And we would like rounded MD, which means rounded but moderately or medium. And then flex again, flex call, anti-aliased, item center, justify center, relative, and overflow hidden. Now within that div, we're going to be having the infinite moving cards. But I'm just going to comment out this line of code just for us to remember that, okay, there's actually something that needs to be done there. Now beneath that, we're going to have another div. And in that div, we are going to have a class of flex. Flex wrap, item center, justify center, gap 4, on medium screens, gap 16, and on really large screens, we're going to have margin top of 10. All right, and now open up this div. We're going to have a simple each block in there. And we're going to be using the companies array that we brought in from the index file. And we're going to refer to each one as company. And for each company, you want to render a div that has an image within it. So that div is going to have a class flex md, which is medium screens. We're going to have a max width of 60. On screen sizes aside medium, we're going to have a max width of 32. And we're going to have a gap of 2. And now we're going to have 2 images side by side. So image plus image. This is called emet. Just a quick, really quick short form, so we can get things going even faster. So for the source, we're going to be pointing to the company's image path. So on an individual company, so we're going to say company dot image, and for the alt, we're going to say company dot name. Then for the class of this, we're going to give it a class of, for medium screens, it's going to have a width of 10 and a width of 5 for screen sizes size medium. And for the second image, we are going to have a source of company dot name image and an alt of company dot name. And now the width of this image the images appear to have not been self-closed, which should have been an error. Anyways, as I was saying, the width of this second image is going to be, if the company.id is the fourth one, you're going to have a different width. Or the company.id goes to 5. Basically, if it's 4 or 5, then we want a separate screen size. But if it's any other thing, we want another screen size. So if it's 4 or 5, we're going to take the screen size of 100. If it's any other thing, we're going to take a screen size of 150 pixels, just in case you're not quite sure what unit of CSS measurement that's going to be in. It's going to be pixels. So the medium screens, we're going to want a width of 24 and a width of 50. Next, we're going to try to create this infinite moving cards component, and that's going to be coming from Eternity Sveltekit.
All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we are going to create this infinite moving cards dot spelled component to show our clients reactions or their comments on their satisfaction with our work. Now, we this component is actually another externity component, and as such, we'll be going to their documentations to get how exactly to do this. Now, we've already installed Spot Motion, CLSX and Tailwind merge, so no need to do that again. We have already created our CN function and exported it. We then need to create um or make some changes in our Tailwind config file. They ask us to import the flatten color palette so that we can use CSS plugins. We can have variable classes for our names, but we've already done that at the beginning of the video. Actually, we did this with this declaration over here, so there's no need to stress a little bit too much. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start copying the animation and keyframes declarations over here. So for the animation, we are going to be copying an animation called scroll, and as you can see, scroll has a variable in there. So we're just going to copy scroll, copy this, and we can come over here in our Tailwind config file and paste that in the animation object. Next, we're going to copy the keyframes for scroll and 2. So I'm just going to take this also over here, scroll and 2, copy it, and we're going to paste it in. So beneath moving vertical, we're just going to come over here, open up a comma, and paste that in. Great. Now the next thing, once we actually have our component, is to use it on the top level. So now that we've actually created the infinite moving cards component, we have to call it. So now that we've actually been able to update the Tailwind config, sorry for the previous error, we haven't created the component. Now it's time to actually go ahead and create the component. Now for time's sake, we're not going to go ahead and recustomize everything in this component already. Because there are a lot of changes that I made, not with the JavaScript or the animations, but the styling of the component, and this video is already starting to get bloated. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy the code from the GitHub repository and paste that in directly so that we don't have to spend too much time um, going over the individual changes from the source code right over here and what I have as the final in my GitHub repository. So you can go ahead and go to this particular file, infinite moving cards.svelte, in my GitHub repository, which is linked in the description below. Don't forget to leave a star. You can copy that code there and paste it in. Alright, so I'm just gonna go ahead and paste that in. So now that we have this component, we're supposed to go to the top level, which is in clients.svelte, import this component and actually use it. So right here is where we're gonna import that. So I can just get rid of this comment. So I'm gonna say import infinite moving cards. Come on, autocomplete. Why haven't you assisted me here? But infinite moving cards.
All right, we have it, infinite moving cards dot svelte. And we're just gonna go ahead and paste or actually use the component as like this. So infinite moving cards and self-closing tag. And we're gonna say that the what props does this have? It has items. Okay, it has a direction prop. So we're gonna say that the direction is moving to the right. It has a speed prop, so we're gonna say that it's gonna be moving fast. And an items array for the information to display, and we're gonna say we're gonna point it to the testimonials that we imported earlier. Now let's just go ahead and give this a quick run and see how things are looking. So I'm just gonna come over here into localhost, and this might take some time. We're just gonna scroll down into the client section and see if we have that. Oh, one more thing that we forgot to do, we haven't actually brought in clients to plus page.spelled file. So I'm just gonna go ahead over here and import the client component. So import clients. And just beneath recent projects, we can just come over here and put in that client. And suddenly from beneath, we get this really nice portion of our application that looks really cool. The cards are just moving to the side. They're going to the right. The direction that they're moving in is to the right. If we went into this client component and changed that direction on the infinite moving cards component to the left, be moving in the opposite direction, and they're moving quite fast. So if you actually wanted to customize this, you would go into this index.ts file in utils, and you would just simply change the 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 objects in testimonial. So instead of collaborating with Adrian, you just change it to whatever you want to change it to. All right. Before we start working on the experience.svelte components, which is the next section of our page actually, we are just going to have to create a new component so that we can use it within that experience.svelte file. Now, basically, our experience are supposed to be um, divs that have this border, a color around moving around the border. So that's how our experience is going to be displayed. So we're going to have to create that component and customize it. So it's an externity UI component. So as usual, we're going to come over to their website and check out their tips for installation or creation rather, not installation. We have already installed the needed dependencies and we've created our CN file. So we need to copy the source code, and isn't going to be any need to change our Tailwind config. If I yes remember correctly, there's no need to change our Tailwind config. However, this is a two-part component. It has a top level and another level, so a higher order component which is wrapped around another component. So I'm going to create within this UI folder, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it moving border. That's what I'm going to call that folder, moving border. Now within that moving border, I'm going to create two files. One's going to be called movingborder.svelte, and the other one is going to be called button. The other file is going to be called button.ts, button.svelte rather. So sorry about that. Seems that there's a problem in the there is a problem in the, or a tiny mistake in the documentation. It says button.cs, but because you can see that there's markup, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a button.svelte file. So over here, we're just going to come over here and create a new file called button.ts. Sorry, I made that mistake now, spelled. And just as I said before, we're not going to be copying the code directly from here and then making the changes. I'm just going to paste in the code directly from the GitHub repository. So you should go ahead and do that also. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and paste in the code from the GitHub repository. And we're going to go ahead and do the same for the other file. Now in the top level for experience, we need some specific stuff. And we're just going to go ahead and create a script tag. And within the script tag, we're going to be importing work experience from the the index folder. Again, if you wanted to customize this for your work experience, you could just go over into this index file and change all the stuff. And we're going to be importing the higher order component for the moving borders, which is the button instead of, it's the higher order component because it calls moving borders. So the button is the higher order component and it's the one that we're going to use. And next, we are actually also going to go ahead and just copy this straight from the GitHub repository. Alright, then we can just come into this experience.svelte file and paste it in. This is code from the GitHub repository. I'm not going over it because it's actually fairly simple and it's mostly markup. Now the button does have props of duration and border radius, and the border radius is custom made, so we can adjust the border radius or how we like the curvature of of the sides of the divs holding our experience to be. We also go for an image, which is, well, let me just go ahead and give this a run so that you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm going to come over into the plus page.spelt file and I'm actually going to import that component. That component is work experience for the experience.spelt. We'll just come over here into the script tag and go with import experience. Great. And we can come over here just beneath clients and add this experience file. And now I'm just going to give this a quick run. npm dev. Right, now that that's done, it's loaded up, we can scroll to the work experience and yep, we see what we were talking about. So these are the images that I was referring to. And this is basically an array of objects that would have a title and just a description of what that role entailed. As usual, if you want to customize this, you can just go into your, if you want to customize this, you can just go into your um index file in the library folder and change the object in the work experience array and you should be able to customize this. Alright, so the next thing we're going to try to build is going to be the last component and that's going to be called footer.svelte. Alright, first things first, we're going to import some useful things, necessary things that we're going to be using in this footer. And the first thing is we're going to import the social media links. Going to be importing the social media links that we have from the usual index folder in our library, index file in our library folder. We're going to be importing the navigation and download icons or SVGs. And I'm going to be downloading a component we built, importing a component we built previously called Magic Button. Now, as usual, as I said before, the markup for the footer is not difficult at all. So I'm not going to waste time going over HTML, CSS of it. So I'm just going to paste it in. You can get the code from GitHub repository and do the same. All right, now that I've pasted the code in, I'm going to try it. I want to show you something down here in this. Okay, now that I've pasted the code in, I want to show you something down here in this footer. So at the point for where I create this button. Okay, let me use it in the application. I'm going to come over into the plus page.svelte file and I'm going to import the footer and use it. Alright, so now that I've imported footer, I can just come over here and use, so I'm going to say F O R, close that self closing tag. Right, so now anytime someone touches this file, they're going to attempt to download my resume. I haven't actually included a resume file in this application structure, or have I? Yes, I have included my resume file here. So if you wanted to change that, how you would do that is basically come to the footer component and this a tag that has its href being linked to my PDF, my resumes PDF, which is in the static folder. You can, and we're giving it this download directive, which will automatically start a download for the file, and we're giving it a name. So I give it a name. This is my name. You can always put yours, and you should also do not forget to delete my own resume and add yours in to this. So now if I click on this button, it's going to attempt to download my resume, and it does that almost immediately because it's a very, very small file. That's just the way you can customize this for you. So now at this point, our build is finished, and if you really like this, you can like the build. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel and don't forget to leave a like. I leave all my handles in the description, so don't forget to follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. I'm actually really in need of people to follow me on LinkedIn because I need connections with serious minded developers to create a community where you can share experience and opportunities. And you can also follow me on Twitter. I post very funny and developer friendly or relatable memes. I try to do that as much as possible. So just let's keep in touch. Anyways, the next thing that, and for work, you should reach out to me via my email, which is also going to be and in the description below. The next thing we're going to do um is to try to deploy this um project to Netlify. So if I want to deploy this project to Netlify, I'm just going to come over to my Netlify.